Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome to F1 Manager 24 on the PC. So, been a while since I've dabbled on the PC. Thank you for the spot on the music there, Dino. I hadn't even clicked. I'll make sure that bit gets trimmed. Right, we are going to be running a very, very long series on here. Multiple seasons. We're going to start with the creator team. We're going to control said creator team, and then we'll maybe bounce around a little bit from team to team. But for the first several seasons, we are going to be with the creator team. We are going to try and adhere to the 2024 season as much as we can, and the 2025 season as much as we can in terms of regs, calendar, that kind of thing. From 2026, all bets are off. That's when we'll really start to tinker with things. 2026 is when Cadillac are scheduled to enter. Obviously that is going to cause issues with us, being that we are controlling said 11th team. Yeah, there is a little bit of echo, isn't there? Not quite sure where that's coming from. Is that, no, that hasn't fixed the echo, but it has probably killed the sound, hasn't it? Why do I have echo? Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, no, still got some echo. Any better? How about that? I don't understand why I'm echoing. Is it better? Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what's causing any issues. I'll have to look into them after the stream, I think. Otherwise, we're just potentially going to be here for quite a while. So, yes, as I was saying, 2024, 2025, we're going to try and stick to reality. We're going to respect the transfer market between those two seasons. So, once this stream is done, I'll be going in to the database editor online, and then planning in all of those confirmed transfers between 2024 and 2025. So Magnussen will retire from Haas and not be signed anywhere else. Hulkenberg will go to Sauber for the next season. Bottas will be going do Mercedes as a reserve, so on and so forth. I'm not going to drop Logan Sargent mid-season, but I will this year. But I will tweak some of the stats of the younger drivers a little bit because they're not up to snuff in 2024. So that Colapinto is a little bit more of an interesting option. And then we'll, as I say, we'll balance all those transfers as they need to be. So Hamilton going to Ferrari, Sainz going to Williams, so Doohan going to Alpine, etc., etc. And then from 2025 onwards, then the gloves come off. Once those deals are all done, then we'll start to attack the market properly, and then whatever the teams decide they want to do, if they decide McLaren want to sign Hamilton, have at it, and so on and so forth. So that's the plan. We're not going to mess around with the race calendar for this season. We're not going to mess around with the rules and regs. We're going to keep those as they are. Same with the team lineups. Again, I will go and make some tweaks for this for the following season, again in the editor, so on and so forth. But for now,
Formula One, a new season and a new dawn as a brand new team lines up on the grid. That means an even harder challenge to secure that coveted championship silverware, as the on-track action is turned right up to 11. We're ready for excitement ahead as the teams return to the drawing board in the battle to end Red Bull's dominance. They'll need to balance their aspirations for high performance with the risk of pushing too far and inviting catastrophic failures out on the track. With many drivers on the last year of their contracts, team principals will need to ensure that they're kept in the right mindset across the whole season, as well as managing sponsor demands and protecting their most valuable assets from the prying eyes of their rivals. As a new competitor enters the fray, anything is possible. This is Formula One.
Oop. There we go. Nissan Racing. That is who we are going to be taking on. From Japan. Starting budget. We're going to start with a little bit of cash. We're going to start with 15 mil, but the team is basically going to be on life support for the first 2 seasons. We're going to have reduced facilities, and we're going to have terrible car performance because we're coming in towards the end of a rules reg. So it makes sense that all the other teams would have a head start on us, a leg up, because they will have been living these regulations rather than just theorizing them. So we will be taking Renault engines by default for the first 2 seasons. When we get to 2026, we're going to have our own engine. So got a little bit to play about with in terms of my facilities. My levels look a little high, actually. Let me drop that down to 1 as well. There we go. So that's a bit more like it. So that gives me a level 2 design center, factory level 1, wind tunnel level 1. Yeah, that I think is a fair reflection. Scouting hub, I wish I could turn that off. We don't have a team hub, we don't have a race sim. That's going to be rough. Operational facilities, let's get rid of the boardroom. Let's get rid of the weather center. And we're going to put both of our points into the hospitality area. And there we go, that's our facilities set. Car performance 1 star. I wish I could have a budget of 10 mil rather than jumping all the way up to 15. So now we need to choose our team members. We're going to take Teo. It's given us Mick. That's a tempting proposition. I kind of want Iwasa or Rio, maybe. I know Iwasa is a Honda driver. He's a Toyota driver, but I do want to have some young Japanese talent in the reserves. We're not going to take... Actually, it makes sense to maybe take Lawson. Because he has driven in Super Formula a lot. But having said that, we know that he has plans for 2025. So kind of want to respect that. Let's have a look at the rank 1 drivers. Again, so that rules out Jack Doohan, it rules out Isaac Hajar, rules out Kimi. Miata, we could potentially put him in the reserves. I don't want to go too low on the driver rating. I think maybe Mick and Teo might be the optimal partnership there. Staff-wise, we haven't got any random staff, so we are going to have to pick from unknowns, I think, where we can. That might be a bit tricky, because it only shows F1 guys in here, and there's no way to go with created, because I don't have any created. In that case, I think we'll have to basically take Matt Harmon, given that Matt Harmon resigned after race 1 of this season, and then we will update in the editor for round 2 who will be taking over at Renault. For Aero, I think it's the same situation. Yeah, it only shows the F1 guys. So again, we'll take Dirk de Beer, and then I will update everything after this race. I need an actual working save file before I can do that, which is why I haven't done it yet. We'll take Dirk de Beer, and then we'll update Alpine for second race onwards. This is where we can be a little bit more proactive. We can actually take people that aren't just in F1. We can take F2 and F3 as well. So let's have a look who we could maybe get. Tempted with Aurelian. We've used him before. He's very good. Yeah, let's go with Aurelian. All right, race engineers. So we're going to have to pick from F2. We'll take Pal. And then... I don't think there are any Japanese engineers, are there? No, there aren't. So let's go with someone who we know has the odd line here and there, and that's Pedro. I was hoping to mix things up a little bit, but we know he's got some voice lines, just like 1 or 2, I think. And we'll take it from there. So that is our driver lineup. It's not the ideal lineup. It's not what I would have initially wanted to go with, and we may well change it for next season. Given that we know a couple of drivers will disappear off the grid. Drivers like Magnussen, for example. Not sure whether or not we want to try and get Bottas, given that he's supposed to be going to Mercedes as a reserve, but reserve. And I think if he'd had a drive that he felt was worth it, he would have taken it. So maybe we'll throw Valtteri into the mix next season. But we are set, so let's choose our powertrain. We're going to choose those Renault engines. And now we get to mess around with our display. So I'm running a mod, obviously, for the Nissan stuff. The livery is hidden away on the Tiamat Marduk livery. There it is. So that is our livery. And I do have some other options for other seasons as well. The plan is to be with Nissan for quite some time. Right, driver suits. We need to edit the suits and edit the colours. So I need the first colour to be red. Second colour to be yellow. Third colour to be white. Okay, and then same for helmets. Okay. And then we need a logo. And the bits to create this logo are actually tucked away in the lettering. Like so. So we need to tweak these a little bit. Okay, let's reposition the O. Set the colour to black. There we go. So we have our Nissan Nismo logo. It's awkward for me to type at the moment because I've got my wheel mounted on my desk in front of my keyboard, so you have to bear with me on that. And we're going to initially just start with hard development, hard racing. We are running some other mods as well, which will affect difficulty, so I don't want to overload us with too much too soon. We'll play it by ear on this season, see how we do, and then if we need to tweak it a little bit more, then we will do. Okay, just want to go into my settings as well, because somehow I've managed to go into a windowed screen rather than full screen, so let me switch that back. There we go. Full screen, 4K. Confirm. So I'm running a mod which improves the game engine a little bit. These are my current settings. These are probably going to get tweaked a little bit down here in terms of the upscaling and the quality of the upscaling, just to try and fine-tune it a little bit. It may well work fine for this first race. I haven't had the chance to extensively test this across a full season in a variety of different racing conditions, so may be problematic and may need to be a little adjusted on each weekend, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll be fine. It certainly does make the game look a lot crisper and smoother. So here we are at Nissan Nismo Racing HQ, and Bahrain is just 11 days away. Let's say hello to everyone who's in the chat. We've got Dino, Esparza, Victor, Clark is here, Tony's here, Wayne's here. Evening, Cat. Welcome, welcome. So, let's take a look, shall we? I didn't even see what my objectives are. So, let's go to the board. What are my objectives? 9th. Might be tricky. Long-term objective, points contender by 2028. So we have 4 years on that one. Team rating is down at 190. It's not amazing. Let's start, first of all, by going into our training. Make sure that everyone is trained up as best we can. So let's see, where do we need to focus with Mick? Anywhere specific? Braking adaptability could do with a little bit of a buff. Smoothness could do with a buff. I think we'll have to go with this to start with. Let's take a look at Teo. Teo is probably going to be a long-term driver for us. Well, hopefully. We might not be able to afford to keep him. I'll check their contract lengths in just a second. So, not very good at overtaking in the grand scheme of things. His cornering is very, very nice. And we're looking at baseline stats because both drivers are just at neutral at the moment, which is good. Smoothness could do with a bit of work. Braking is solid. That is definitely looking like something we need to work on, is race strategy. Let's do that. Let's work on race strategy so we can boost his smoothness, his overtaking, defending, and any boost for the reactions is always a positive. What do we have in the way of affiliates? We've got a driver called Nut. So let's have a look. He has a 2-year deal, so we can't really afford to get rid of Nut, unfortunately. Even Farah. What's his marketability? 57. Carlo. Oh, he's only 40. Let's put him on car development. And we'll put Nut on marketability. There we go. And then we'll probably get rid of them at some point. Let's check their contracts. So used to playing this on the console. So Carlo, Nuts, compare, change. Won't let me look at his contract. That's annoying. So let's see. So Mick is out of contract at the end of the season. Okay. We've got 2 years on Nut. And let's take a look at Carlo. He's out of contract at the end of this season. And Teo. We've got Teo for 3 years. Good, good. All right, engineers. I'm going to switch that way. Put pal with Porsche. So his stats are terrible, really, at the moment. But they are impacted slightly on negativity, so they will be slightly better. Now, we want to get him to boost his composure and his communication as quickly as possible. Communication is how quickly he'll build a relationship with his driver, in this case, Teo. And composure affects how much confidence is lost when you're overtaken or make a mistake, and how much you gain when you make a successful overtake or get a fastest lap sector, whatever. And also reduces, I think it improves how long that bonus lasts for as well. So he can see, if we go into his actual stats, the ability to remain focused in high-stress environments. Negative rating means less driver confidence loss, higher rating means less driver confidence loss from negative events, more confidence gain from positive events on track. So that's why we're going for that. And then the communication. A higher rating means faster affinity growth between the race engineer and their paired driver. The quicker these two pair up and get a good affinity, the better impact that will have on their on Teo in the race as well. Let's go over to Pedro. We're going to put him on the same training. So he's partnered up with Mick. Let's go to our staff. Matt is pretty average across the board, so I think I'm just going to lead him on balanced. There's no one area where he's particularly weak. Dirk. Let's take a look at Dirk. Again, he's pretty well balanced. His downforce is probably his weakest area, so we will look to try and boost that with grip and traction. And then Aurelian, we want to boost his aptitude, I think. No, not aptitude, sorry. His, which one is it? Innovation, training and processes. So training, the higher the rate, the faster the pit crew develop through training sessions. The less performance they will lose between seasons. So we definitely want that. And then processes, the higher the rating, the less fatigue that the pit crew gains from race weekends and training sessions. Leadership is nice, helps reduce pit stop mistakes, but that is less of an issue for us. And aptitude is the limit on their skills. At the moment it's set to 82 because that's what Aurelian's aptitude rating is. As his rating, or as his mentality resets to neutral, these stats will all get a little bit of a buff, nothing massive, a little bit of a boost back to where they should be, and that will go up just a little bit. But again, that's a lesser consideration right now. We want to make sure that their training is going well, so we're going to go with that. In fact, they see it was at 79 at the moment. Is that where my pit crew are, or is that? No, that's where they are based on the rating being negatively affected. So let's amend the training. Let's go with pit stop errors, pit stop time. There we go. It's got to cumulative. We're basically going to turn all of this, if we can, into gym training. There we go. And then if we make mistakes, we're going to make mistakes, but it will give us a little bit of a nice boost of performance going into the opening Grand Prix. And then we'll go in with 2% fatigue. Not ideal, would prefer it to be 0, but at least it's not a sprint weekend. All right, what else do we need to do? We need to reduce the size of our engineering team down to 6, just to save a little bit of cash. How many scouts do I have? 2. I'm going to get rid of one of those. Again, just to save a little bit of cash. It will be just a little bit. I've got 5 mil in the bank. We've got sponsor money coming in 5 days. Let's start by going to our facilities and doing what we can to get a couple of these up and running. We want the tour center and the helipad for extra cash. We want the memorabilia room as quick as we can, and we want the boardroom Come back to the weather center in a moment. Definitely want the team hub. And I want that as well. And that leaves me 1.8 mil left. That should hopefully cheer up our guys a little bit. It has done. Hasn't affected our drivers, but it has boosted our engineers, which is nice. And now, with those little boosts, now we're going to try and get our first part out. So we're going to go with a rear wing, I think. No, let's go with an underfloor. And we're just going to dump everything into the underfloor. Because we're going to be really lacking in downforce. Let's see. It's not going to give us a lot, is it? It really isn't. Just going to make a minor adjustment to lifespan. Given that we have drivers that are probably going to make some mistakes, don't want to burn through parts too quickly just through wear and tear. Because then it just means that combined with mistakes means I am going to have to burn, build quite a lot of spare parts otherwise. And I think we will up those at the expense of drag. So there we go. That'll give us a little bit of a boost and dirty air. A little bit of a boost to our downforce levels. Take a tiny bit of weight off, getting us a fraction of speed there. I would love to go on a more aggressive approach, but we just don't have the money for it. So we'll go with that. There we go. We will have some money coming very soon from our sponsors. And that is everything we can get done so far. So that's time. Let's drop another upgrade on the helipads. Memorabilia room, can't afford to upgrade that. How long till this is built, doesn't say. So that's our staffing sorted. Sponsor negotiations coming up. So these guys won't be appearing on the car, but this is just going to sort out our funding. The most important thing, I think, is just to get a good amount of money at the end of each 6-week period. And if we can boost our race income a little bit as well, we'll go with that. That is a lot of money to turn down, though. Let's take a look at having our core as our primary. So we'll go with Aptrid. Let's go with Hendrik. Let's go with Web Fixer. Serpent, maybe? Ooh, drive development rate. Pharaoh. I'm looking at the bonuses as well. So that's going to give me 27 mil, but it's not going to give me a huge amount here on either of these. Think we get rid of that one and go with that one. So we've got a facility effectiveness boost coming from Farum. We've got drive development rate boost coming from Pharaoh. We've got a facility effectiveness boost coming from Raka. Hendrik is giving us a staff development rate boost, and Web Fixer is giving us a driver marketability boost. So that, I think, is the package we're going to go with. Their preference is VIP for, or Mirror Point, their main preference is VIP. So we'll sacrifice a little bit of potential income to hopefully pay off in the long run. Just change my team colours, and as you can see, those sponsors are popping through, so we need to go and remove those as well. They won't pop through on the livery, but they do pop through on the suits, which caught me by surprise when that happened. Anymore? No. Nothing on the back. Nothing on the gloves. Helmets are done. Paint is all sorted. Apply changes. And let me double check the car just to be on the safe side. Yeah, see, edit is grayed out. Can't make any changes to that. There we go. So, let's just hide the UI. There is our Nissan team prepped and ready for the start of a brand new campaign. First sponsor plan then. Let's see. We need to do some VIP stuff. Let's go with the factory, because we're not really going to be using the factory for a little while, hopefully. Sporting director, don't really want to mess with him. All my race engineers. Let's do another factory there. We have Mr. Nut. And then we need a little bit more. Don't really want to mess with facilities that are going to be actively designing stuff. I think I'm going to have to put Mick up there. He will just get me across the line. We do have a wind tunnel hire, which is worth 4.7 mil. Our engagement, look, is 5.3 mil effectively per 6 weeks. That's very nice. We're just getting over the line, and with upgrades pending for our memorabilia room and potentially our hospitality area, that should become easier to affect, or easier to complete these going forward. So that's a really big payday. Just a fraction under 10 mil coming to us in 6 weeks' time. That's very nice. Very nice indeed. So Dirk de Beer has gone up to an 83. I've got 12.5 mil. Let's start improving our car, shall we? Let's start with a new chassis. Strip some weight off that. Normally I would love to go with a higher development rate on some of these parts, but I don't think it makes a massive difference at this stage, given how bad our car is, and given how bad our facilities are, and we need that other money for improving our facilities. So wait, this is side pods, aren't they? Yeah, let's reduce the airflow a little bit. I want to up the engine cooling, up the drag slightly, drop the life down a bit to there. Confirm. And then we get a suspension up and running as well. So I definitely want to improve our tyre wear and our airflow at the front slightly. Just drop that down to there. So that's 3 mil that we just dropped on new projects. That's got us down to about 9.5 mil. Let's head to our facilities. Those are still being built. Let's get a weather center production started, or construction. It's expensive, but it is worth it, I think, for the team attractiveness boost, which will make future contract signing easier, and the team marketability, which will help with sponsor stuff. So at least it's 5.6 mil on the nose. Testing results are going to be appallingly bad. Race sim is done. Let's immediately slap an upgrade on that. So that's another 2 mil gone. Force sensor, yep, we definitely want to improve that. And boardroom as well. Okay. No improvement from our rookies. No surprise there. We did actually get a point in defending on Teo. That is a surprise, given he had less than 2 weeks. And there's the forecast. So, not expecting great things. I'm going to select 21st for Mick. I'm going to go 20th for Teo. And let's head to Bahrain.
F1 is back, ladies and gentlemen, and the grid is set to grow. A new season is upon us as Formula One returns to the Middle East, ready to kick things off here in Bahrain. But change is afoot. The paddock has grown, the grid extended. Yes, that's right, 11 teams, 22 drivers, and the hottest competition motorsport has to offer. And keep an eye out for a new face this weekend as we prepare to see a debutant take to the track. Let's see then how the weekend unfolds.
Okay then, so as you can see, we have a proper My Team package here. So we've got sponsored appearing on our engineers, full-on proper race suits for all of our staff. Makes things look a little bit more professional. So let's start with setups. Nothing else for us to worry about. So let's go 5, 11, 5. 6.4, 3.2, 3.3, and then we'll bump that up to there. We want to run long I've got a lot of stuff to learn on the car, and I'm going to make a very deliberate decision here. I'm going to be running Mick with ERS in strategy, in harvest. I'm going to be running Teo in neutral, so you can see just how much ERS life you can save in a single session over just under 40 laps. Go a little bit lower on the downforce. We'll go a bit more extreme there. We'll leave that about there, and we'll drop that down to about there. And we're ready. Let's send them out.
Green, green. Can you understand me, okay?
Copy, radio check.
Okay, copy.
Is the radio okay for you? Copy.
And there she is. There's our car.
Copy.
Yes, Peter.
Copy.
Evening, Harvey. You will see a lot of that little sparkling in the background with those trees, those palm trees with the Christmas lights, the fairy lights on them. It will potentially be a little distracting at times, but I can't really do anything about that, unfortunately. Even if Victor, I think I said hello to you, but hello just in case. What do you think of the livery? This is available as a package on overtake.gg, and I will make sure that all the mods that we use are linked in the description once the stream is finished. I've got to go in and add all the links into the video description. So if you want to see what mods I'm using, then and actually find them, then you'll need to fire up the replay. I would say give me 24 hours so that it gives me time to get all those links and everything. But from tomorrow, everything should be tomorrow evening. Everything should be there in the video description for the replay of this live stream. We are also running, as you can see, the extended UI, or the extended standings UI. So that will give us more information, mainly for qualifying. That will be useful, so that we can see sector times and who's setting purple sectors and what those sector times are, so we can see if we're going about the same pace as the cars that we're fighting with, or if we're massively faster or slower. It'll also show us the lap time as well as the gap, which is quite nice. And you get to see the tyre wear on the main screen as well. And we do have different helmets for our drivers as well. So this is Teo. No, this is me. That's Teo. It's not immediately obvious from this angle, because you're just seeing a lot of white and red, but the front of Teo's helmet, the mixed helmet is black. One thing we'll probably see though is that it will switch those in cutscenes, you know, at the end of the race. Haven't seen that before. speed time up, shall we?
I am not fully ready, okay?
Rear zone, cool side.
So one thing you can see straight away is that there's a difference in lap time that is quite substantial. That's because we are running Teo with neutral. When we get to half an hour, I will show you a comparison. And then we'll see the full difference again at the end. Got our first bit of feedback coming.
Quick feedback when you can.
82% for Teo. Not too bad.
Okay, mate. Temperatures are fine.
Copy that.
And 88% for me. That's pretty good. Just going to keep them running.
The car was great. Felt really good.
Okay, copy.
We take a look at car condition. You can see ERS still at 99% for Mick, who's running in harvest. That is the halfway through the session mark. Still at 99 for Teo. But it will be, or it should be different by the end of the session. In fact, actually, it's an easy way to check this. Yeah, it's still at 99. Maybe they changed it then. Maybe they changed the wear rate mechanic. Always used to be in the older versions of the game that you lost a lot of wear on the ERS. Maybe they have actually fixed that, and I've just been doing it as force of habit for no reason whatsoever. Looks like I might have been doing it for no reason. Yeah, in neutral. That's weird. Evening, Jeju. You hope I move to Mercedes. Not planning to. Engine's drowning me out, okay? How's that? Is that better? Talking over the engine, hopefully. Blah, 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 blah. Test, 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 test. How did that sound? Any better? Do I still need to up my volume? Still think I'm quiet. I've just hopefully increased the gain on the mic a little bit. Is that any better? Testing, testing. Chat, chat, chat. Blah, blah, blah. And yakety schmackety. Rhubarb, rhubarb, rhubarb.
I think the tires were very cold.
engine's still too loud. Okay, you want a chat delay or you up to date? Okay, so I've upped the gain in OBS Studio a little bit on the microphone. And I've turned the in-game audio down a little bit better. So, how are we doing now? Just needs tweaking a touch. All right. Go to external view and speak. How about now? I mean, this is how we're probably going to spend most of our time in this view. Oh yeah, that's a little bonus on the wheels, which you'll see when we get to a pit stop. All right, so we get this weird little bit of distortion around the wings, and that is down to. Oop, want that on hard as well. Confirm changes. That's down to this, so I'm just going to drop that down just a little bit more. See if that helps clear that up a little bit more. Frustratingly, I'm a bit loud in this view. That's because I improved the mic gain a little bit. Let me go back to in-car. This is the loudest of the in-cars. How's that? Is that acceptable? Bearable? I'm in the clear. Okay. Fantastic. All right, let's speed time back up again.
The end of the race.
And there we go. We have completed our first practice session. Let's get back into the pits and take a look at what things need to be changed. All right, so 88%. We've got the rear wing set where it needs to be. Need to find a fair bit on the braking stability. That's our toe. Cornering is our camber. Traction to the roll bar. Front wing. I think just by making a little change like this, we can achieve everything we need to. Let's go with that. Let's go with 40 laps of fuel, again, to run the whole session. Once again, we'll run the ERS strategy. Maybe it's more of a thing over a full weekend. They were at 97 on the engine, 97 on the gearbox, 99 on the ARS. And there you go. See, 98. One session gained 1 extra percentage of use. All right, things here need to change a bit more. We're going to bring that into a 6.4. Going to up that. Bring that back. Let's go with that. Let's see how we get it. Oh, now that's broken my roll bar. Let's go to a 5.5 then. Let's push this up a bit more. Let's take a look at that. See how that works. Again, I'll run the whole session with Teo in neutral. And we'll do a comparison across the end of a full practice schedule and see what it ends up as. But it should be about 3% difference, I think, overall. We've made the changes. 40 laps, both on mediums. Let's send them out.
Green.
Ooh, getting that weird flickery stuff. Yeah, this is where I said we would need to tweak our settings a little bit. Might have gone the wrong way on that.
Focus especially front left and brakes.
Copy. Copy.
We get clean out.
Copy.
And we'll just do a quick lap or two at normal pace, just to see if anything gets really badly affected. Let's take a look at this image you sent me, Farrett. Oh, you didn't even change the team name. You're still Frontier Racing. Ugh. Contemptuous sigh there. Ugh. What rounds of the championship are you up to after that one? Round 8. Yeah, I mean, I know you said you were just going to whiz through things, but and you weren't going to create your own team, but I thought you would at least have named the team. Well, that seems to have cleared up the horrible fencing that we saw, where it was picking up the reflection from that big wheel. So let's speed things up again. So, as I said, this is a planned long-term series, very long-term series. We're going to be doing, well, I think the main aim will be at least 10 seasons.
Sorry.
I don't know if all 10 seasons are going to be with Nissan. Probably not, if I'm honest. But we will be making changes to the team lineup as the game progresses. There's no planned changes until 2026 for teams. So we are the 11th team coming in 2024 in preparation for the rule change in 2026 when Cadillac will be joining. They will not be joining as the 11th team. They are going to have to buy out an existing team. That will be Alpine. Given that everything points to Alpine trying to sell their team anyway, or Renault trying to sell the Alpine team. So Cadillac will be buying out Alpine, and then we may see some other changes coming through along the way. Obviously, Sauber will be morphing into Audi for 2026 as well. Yeah, we'll see how things go. And while we're going to respect the 2024 transfer market into 2025, I don't know whether I'm going to pre-plan in some of those 2025 transfer moves. Nothing's been made yet, and we may well be through the 2025 season before we hit silly season in reality.
How is the one?
Yeah, that was great.
We're not going to respect all of those changes. What I might do is respect the announcement of Cadillac's driver lineup whenever they make it, depending on when they make it. That could be a while yet as well. I'd imagine that's going to be late this year before they actually make that announcement. Let's take a look at our feedback. 97 and 97. There we go. Big improvements. Very nice. I was just about to say, let's see what we look like compared to Ferrari in terms of icon color. And it is pretty clear, I think. I mean, it's similar, but we're a sort of more of an orangey shade of red. I think it's clear enough that it won't be too confusing. If we look at the track map, we're always going to be highlighted with the larger symbol anyway, even if we're watching someone else. I think we'll be all right. Not long left in the session now, just over 10 minutes. Our car part knowledge is now up to 56%, so we're putting in the heavy lifting in terms of time on track here at the beginning of the season to have a positive benefit, meaning we can spend less time on track, hopefully, going forward. If we can get our car part knowledge up to above 80, that's the plan. If we can get close to 90, that would be ideal. It does only go up during practice sessions. It doesn't go up during qualifying or racing or sprints. So, yeah, the more we can do now, the better. Do I use the realistic racing mod? Yes. We are using the brand new, well, I say brand new, it's brand new for me, the realistic racing mod. It will make the effects of the acceleration, the instant acceleration of slipstreams and DRS less powerful. It won't change the overall performance of the DRS or the slipstream. They just take a little longer to kick in. So it should make overtaking a little bit trickier. It also increases the dirty air effect. So that will have a negative impact on tyre temperatures and tyre wear in general. Even if the tyre temps aren't going up through the roof, the wear will certainly be going down. I have done a few test races using it, and you would be amazed how much of a difference it makes around some circuits. Others maybe not so much, but yeah, we are using that, which is why we're not going to be boosting the difficulty through the online database editor just yet. We're going to wait and see how our season unfolds with the standard default hard settings in this game, plus the realistic racing. And it's the full version, not the light version that we're using. Evening, Jacob. It made your Aston Martin save a lot more fun. Yeah, I mean, that's been one of my biggest bugbears, is that this game's DRS slipstream combo, less the DRS, more the slipstream. The slipstream is just way too powerful in this game. Way too powerful. All right, need to tweak my cornering. Let's try going down. Yeah, don't know how I feel about that. Let's go up instead. Let's try that. So we're at 98 ERS for Mick, who's run 2 full sessions in Harvest. 96 now for Porsche, who's run 2 full sessions in neutral. So you can definitely see the difference in running harvest in these practice sessions, you know, in terms of the wear rate. Now imagine this with another session to go, and then imagine that over a full 24 race season. So once again, we're going to run long. We're going to go with 40 laps of fuel on another set of medium tyres. Once again, we are going to be running harvest versus neutral. And I'm going to go all the way up on that.
Should be green now.
So work on those knives.
Copy that. Okay.
Copy.
Let's see if I've got those changes right. Welcome back, Harvey. So as far as ad breaks go, the replays are just going to have automatically placed ad breaks, but the live streams themselves, we will curate those as best we can in terms of when they get dropped. At the end of a practice session, we might run an ad break. Before and after qualifying, we'll run ad breaks. We do not run ad breaks during a Grand Prix itself, which we always run at normal speed, unless we get like a long safety car. That's the only time I'll drop one in, or a red flag. You know, if the race is uninterrupted, if it's a VSC, we're not going to drop one in because VSCs are generally pretty short. But if it's a full-on safety car or a red flag, we will probably drop one in, depending on how long it's been since we've had one. Because it is like an hour and a half long race, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. But the race itself will always be uninterrupted, you know, in general. Let's take a look at our feedback then. 99, so that's a click of toe. 95 meant I went the wrong way with Mick. That's something we can fix. So all good. Let's speed them up again. Evening, Adrian. And as always, I don't do like a tutorial series for this game, but I do like to teach as I play, if that makes sense. So I will kind of talk through why I'm doing things in every race, in every pre-race build-up, etc., etc. And if you guys ever have any questions about how to try and improve, feel free to stick them in the chat. I will help wherever I can. I'm sure some of the more experienced members of the chat will also chip in with some useful bits of advice here and there. And there we go. Another practice session comes to an end. We got our car park knowledge up to 92%, plus whatever it takes for us to get back to the pits. So that's really, really good. In fact, our driver prep is currently sitting at 50%. So if we can nail these setups, which we can with Teo, and hopefully with Mick, then that means we'll have 100% driver prep going into... Actually, no, it won't be 100%. It'll be close to 100%, I think. But... yeah, that's encouraging. That's very encouraging.
We box this lap.
Our weekend continues with qualifying, as the drivers fight it out for a strong grid position.
Bahrain's track is dusty and abrasive, and even under the floodlights, qualifying is tough on soft tyres. Teams will need to use their tyre allocations wisely.
If we could just talk about Mick Schumacher for a second. Given his recent form, how's he going to be going into this session?
They weren't as quick as I expected them to be in practice. They'll want to land better lap times than that today to earn a solid position on the starting grid.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
Okay then, time to get ready for quali. Let's take a look at the setups. There we go. That should be Teo at 100% now, and 100% prep as well. So we went the wrong way with Mick. So let's dial that back to there. Drop that back like that. Hope that we haven't broken the wing there or the traction there. And see if we can maybe squeeze a little bit more out of that. We could play it safe and go at 97, but I'm going to go for broke and see how we do. So let's do that comparison then. This is the state of Mick's engine powertrain after 3 full sessions where he's spent every lap of the entire session on the track. ERS in harvest mode is at 97%. Porsche, who spent all 3 sessions on track at the same time in neutral, has 95% on his ERS. So it's a 2% wear difference. It's not massive, but it's significant enough when you factor that in over a full season. And that's why I always like to run my ERS in harvest during a practice sessions. It just saves the life of the unit that little bit more. Nothing too substantial, as I say, but it adds up over time. There's nothing else that we need to change. We're going out on a set of soft tyres. 1 flying lap. Let's start qualifying.
Locking the brakes.
Copy.
Actually, while we're building up, let's keep an eye on the mini-map so we can see other cars coming out of the pits.
This is a good position for us. Go on.
That's looking pretty good. That looks like an improvement. I've called my team Nissan Racing, but you know, you could call it whatever you want. Nissan Nismo. That's certainly what the team emblem is.
Tires are okay.
All right, we've got a few cars on track,
Push lap now.
but the Williams of Logan Sargent is the closest to us. Bottas and Stroll will not be a factor on our lap, and I don't think Sargent will be either, for that matter. So let's minimise that. Let's go into driver cam, and let's keep an eye on the sectors. And with that flash of red at the front of the car and the white like that, it just gives me the classic Marlboro McLaren vibe. Right, Porsche is quicker than Mick by 1/10 of a second, rounded up or down in the first sector. Sargent's now pushing, so he's starting his flying lap. He'll be going to the last corner now. .41.6 for Schumacher. Oh, we are 4/10 down on Valtteri. 41.1 for Porsche, half a second quicker. And we've got a yellow flag. Oh, Teo. You were going so well. Is that why you went so quick at the end of the second sector? Because you weren't braking? Yeah. Pretty much.
Cool down, cool down.
So what impact did that have? Mick did a 23.4, 27.8. 4.4 seconds for that spin. Not so good. And it will have damaged the tyres as well. An extra 10% wear on the tyres. Ouch. Valtteri is absolutely flying compared to us. We are going to get spanked here, I think, by Sauber. Well, by Valtteri in particular. .7 seconds quicker. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, dear. All right, the Alpines should be pretty terrible this weekend. Let's keep an eye on Esteban. That is a hell of a lap from Valtteri. 7.5 tenths quicker than Lance Stroll. A second quicker than Logan Sargent in the Williams. Am I going to try and get the titles with Nissan? Going to try. I don't know if it'll be the same driver lineup when that happens, but yeah, we'll try and get Nissan up to the top.
Stop in position.
A 26.8 for Max in the first sector.
Stop in our box. We're gonna stop in our box.
.0 for Max. Ocon is 0.7 of a second slower in that first sector. I think he's quicker than we are. Let's prep for another run. I don't think we're getting out of Q1. Max goes top with a 129.4. And that lap of Valtteri's is made to look very ordinary indeed.
Just watch your mirrors.
So that looks like Perez is supposedly... Oh, no, wait. Perez is still in the garage, I think. Yeah. So that's Max on an in-lap. And it's an RB. So is it Ricardo? No, it's not Ricardo. It's Tsunoda on an out-lap in front of us. So that's good. Is it Piastri on an... about to start his flying lap, so that's good. A couple of cars coming out the pits. That's the Alpine
Now in the window.
of Gasly.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
And which Ferrari is it? Charles Leclerc. More traffic coming out in front of Teo. Just going to beat it into turn 1. I think that's Hulkenberg in front of us on an in-lap. Yeah, it is. He gets out of our way. That's good. So Porsche should now theoretically be safe for the rest of the lap. Mick is going to come up to the back of Leclerc and Gasly. Gasly pulls over out the way. Leclerc's now starting his flying lap. This is actually going to give us a slight boost across the line. So we'll get a distant slipstream. But it's no improvement for Mick. Porsche is improving, at least in the first sector. I don't know about the middle, and he's just definitely improving the final sector. So we pull over to let Gasly through. Porsche goes P12, and he's a second quicker than Mick. That's a big gap. And he's on much older tyres as well. Why is that gap so big? 6 tenths in the first sector, 8 tenths in the middle sector, and then 2 tenths in the final sector. I know that doesn't add up to a second, but he was more than a second behind him. And that wasn't an improvement lap for Schumacher. So that 3.5 second gap there to Max's time was not tied to those sectors. But yeah, big time loss for Mick somewhere on that lap. I didn't see anything. Not quite sure why that would have happened. Mateo is currently through, although that's only because Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Gasly and Albon haven't set times. Leclerc goes up to P2. Here's Gasly. He's only 2 tenths quicker than Teo. Albon. Let's keep an eye on Albon.
Oops.
Pit limiter on.
Stop in position.
Pit lane.
We will stop on the mark.
Albon goes P7. It's a good lap for Albon. And Hamilton last across the line. He goes P9. All right, there we go. I do know that the realistic racing mod does increase dirty air. Maybe Mick just hit some dirty air. Even if he wasn't blocked, that dirty air would have had an impact. All right, we are going to go a little early. Let's send out Teo. Now I'll send out Mick.
I've got your mirrors, not sure who's pushing, who's not.
Made sure we don't get in Max's way. Got Hulkenberg going through. We did kind of get in his way a little bit, unfortunately.
This is a good position for us. Come on.
Now we've got a Williams coming through. That's Logan Sargent.
Copy.
Porsche gets out of Max's way. Again, he may slightly get in the way of Nico Hulkenberg. Maybe not. Through he goes. And off
Pressures and temps are looking stable.
goes Teo.
Okay, let's go.
We've got traffic coming out. It's going to affect Schumacher. Look at that gaggle at turn 1. Now Hulkenberg's going to repay the favour. Yeah, not a great first sector for Teo. Let's see what he does sector time-wise. 27.4. That's not too bad. Might have been held up by the McLaren. Oh, no, not yet. McLaren should be out of the way for us now. Not ideal there for Mick. It's not a good first sector again. 28.3. What happened to Mick? Why is he so slow in the first sector? 9 tenths down. Mick's gonna finish bottom. All right, Teo crosses the line. Oh, we got held up again. Mick found an improvement in the middle. I don't think it would have counted for much given that first sector, but
Copy.
he then lost a bit of time in the final sector. Porsche has made it through. Wow. Porsche in 14th place has got through. I don't understand what's going on with Mick. I really don't.
It's very, very slow in.
Perez is starting his flying lap. How'd you create a logo for Audi or Nissan? I haven't created a logo for either of those two teams as a, you know, for the logo playlist. I do plan on doing a Nissan one at some point. Just experiment. Look at what the logo is. Look at the shapes available and try and figure out a way to recreate it using the tools at hand. That's what I've had to do. For all the stuff that I've done on the PlayStation, I'm actually using a mod here on the PC to give me my logo. But all those logos that I've got tutorials for, they were all built by hand on the PS5 using the standard tools that are available to everybody. So if you want to kind of learn what is possible, watch some of those and see the shapes that I use and how I use them and how I manipulate them to give you some knowledge of what's possible and what you can do with experimenting. My first attempt at doing Brabham was decent, but it's nothing like the level of my preferred one. For Cadillac, I created the Cadillac badge. I also created a FedEx sponsor logo. I created a DHL sponsor logo. You know, so if you want to run the team badge, there is a tutorial on how to do the Cadillac logo. But if you want to run a sponsor livery, like I was doing on the last few seasons on the PS5 with the FedEx Cadillac, then you can do it that way instead. You know, there's choices out there. You know, there's options. Perez is through in second place. Porsche has somehow snuck through in P16. Mick is out, unfortunately. We'll start from the back of the grid, but Porsche through in 16th will take part in Q2. So that was very unexpected. Did not think I was going to get Teo through. Let's take a look. I did nail the setup for Schumacher. I thought I had. We nailed it for Teo as well. So we've got that going for us. We're going to start on the scrubs just to get a baseline confidence boost. And this is not going to be a competitive time, which is why I'm going to whiz through this lap. This is, as I say, just to get that confidence level up. Because he'll go purple in every sector. Even if he doesn't keep them, it will be enough to get his confidence up just into peak. And you can see Max just making a mockery of our fastest attempt there. Even Stroll makes a mockery of us. That's how bad we are right now. If Stroll's making a mockery of us, we deserve to be mocked. All right. F1 Manager logo tutorials. Harvey. Let's go with these scrub tyres for this run. So these have done one lap. So they should be good for one more run. Anything beyond that is probably asking too much of them. And then we will probably throw a new set on for the last final run. We've got to go early. Otherwise, we won't have time to get back and get a new set on. Ideally, I would have preferred it to be a little bit more.
Just got your mirrors. What you need to warm up?
Well, a little less cars on the track, but it'll do. Hopefully, some of them will peel off into the pits. There's an Aston peeling in. And a Sauber peeling in, so that's two more cars off the track. That's good. Not quite so busy.
Copy.
Right, we move out of the way of the Mercedes and the McLaren. And now we start our own flying lap. So, let me check tyre temps. Tyre temps are fine. We are going to have to get past that McLaren. Hopefully it won't be too detrimental. Oh, lovely. Got out of the way quite nicely. We will have had a little bit of increased dirty air through there. Mercedes clears out of the way before we hit the corner as well, which is helpful. 27.5. That's not bad. It's an improvement. It's quicker than Albon. No, it's not. It's slower than Albon. So it's still slow, but it's not as slow. I think, yeah, I don't think we're actually going to improve beyond 16th, but we'll try. I'm amazed we even reached 16th in the first place, if I'm honest. I thought maybe 18th if we were lucky. All right, solid middle sector. Again, 3/10 down on Albon. So we're down half a second now. I didn't see what his final sector time was before it disappeared. As we come up to the line. That's a 23.2. And we improved. I think about 1.5 seconds? Yeah, 1.5 seconds that we improved. That's not bad. That's not bad. And we still have time to do a lap on brand new tyres. So maybe we can get amongst these two. I think it's highly unlikely. But we'll give it a go. A little bit of movement out the pits. That is Norris, Hulkenberg, and Alonso. Now a Red Bull, and that is Perez. Got a there's another Williams coming. That's going out or coming in. Russell is heading out. So there's a few guys going early.
Stop in our box. We're gonna stop in our box.
And there goes Albon. Might change our logo to white rather than black. Not sure. Doesn't really stand out there, does it? It's quite small. All right, so we'll go out in just a few seconds. Out goes Yuki. And now we're going to go out. We've got Piastri popping out behind us. He's not close enough that he's going to cause us any issues, I don't think. So now we're just going to see how well we can negotiate the cars that will be on in laps as we're on our push lap. Nothing more we can do now except keep our fingers crossed and see where we end up. If you are enjoying the live stream, then go ahead and drop a like. That'd be awesome of you. If you're not yet subscribed, why not consider subscribing as well? And be sure to hit that bell to get notifications on new videos and new live streams. Plenty of other content to keep you occupied as well as a whole massive back catalogue of Formula One Manager playthroughs on the PS5 across F1 Manager 24, 23 and 22. Logo tutorials are also available on the PS5 for F1 Manager 24. There's a whole heap of manufacturer logos and some sponsor logos in there as well. And new videos being published on a daily basis. We are on the coming towards the end, I think, of the Precinct playthrough. Episodes go live at 6 p.m. every day for that. And a brand new ATS playthrough starts tomorrow at 7 o'clock. All times listed are UK-based times. All right, it's a 27.4. It's a personal best in the first sector for Teo. Still 3/10 down on Sonoda. Valtteri has not improved, so maybe we didn't get an improvement in the middle. We're picking up dirty air. Mercedes gets out of the way. Thank you, George. And we have a really strong final sector. Can we get any closer to Valtteri? I think we're probably going to fall short by a few tenths. We found a couple of tenths, but in the end we were, what, 4.5 tenths away. So we qualify in P16. As I said, when we got through, I was amazed that we actually made it into 16th and got through into Q2. I didn't realistically expect us to get any higher than that, and that has borne out. So now we have to see how well we can do during the Grand Prix, and we are running the realistic racing mod, which is going to make things harder. How hard? I guess we'll find out. Okay, then, let's see who's stuck it on pole position, shall we? It was Max. By nearly 4 tenths of a second, 3.5 tenths of a second from Checo. Amazingly. Checo 4 tenths quicker than the Ferrari there of Charles Leclerc. Then Sainz in 4th, so it's a Red Bull front row, Ferrari second row. Norris in 5th, ahead of the 2 Mercedes of Hamilton and Russell. Alonso in 8th. Oscar down in 9th. Oscar needs a buff, and he will be getting one after this live stream. And then Ricciardo in 10th.
Here in Sakhir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap.
Bahrain International Circuit was Formula One's first venue in the Middle East, and is still a calendar favourite. Dusty and challenging, this desert track is a real test of endurance for teams and for drivers. The time has almost come for our drivers to fight it out wheel to wheel. Race day has arrived.
So, time for us to plan our strategy. Going to be starting on the softs. We are absolutely going to get lapped today, unless there's a safety car. I think that's about the only way we're going to avoid that. Mick is definitely going to get lapped. Teo may be able to stay on the lead lap, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get lapped. I'm going to basically leave it like this and see how we do. We are going to take a couple of laps of fuel out, though, with both drivers. And we are prepped and ready. Let's send them to the grid for the start of the opening Grand Prix of this playthrough.
You're witnessing a new chapter in Formula One as 11 teams line up on the grid. Now, this could be an important race for Pierre Gasly.
What can they manage from 18? It'll be interesting to see, that's for sure.
But remember, anything can happen in Formula One. This is it. 22 cars on the grid. It's lights out and away we go.
All right, we're off. We're off and running. Let's take a look at Teo. Just given he's in a more advanced position. Looks like Mick might be trying to go around the outside of Magnussen. All concertinaing up a little bit through the opening couple of corners. Zhou has got the jump on us. And Mick did not get through, so he's still at the back in 22nd.
Let's go, come on. Eyes forward, come on.
And I'm going to have to adapt my usual strategies on the fly, because the dirty air is definitely going to have an impact on our tyres. Even if it doesn't spike the temperatures, it is going to increase the wear rate. You know, the closer we get to the back of another car. So, whereas normally I would try and stay in the train as much as possible, probably not going to do that this time around. Probably going to let those gaps open up to a couple of seconds.
Here is on.
Just to protect the tyres a little bit. Especially in these early races when our tyre wear isn't great. And nor are our drivers' smoothness ratings.
1.4 ahead.
It does mean we are likely to get picked off
2 second gap.
mercilessly in these opening laps. But my hope is that as the stint progresses, it will come back to us a little bit. I have done a test race around this circuit, albeit with a better car. And I've also done a test around Monaco, using the Mercedes on a race replay. I've done a test at Abu Dhabi. I've done a test at Monza, again in race replays. And there is definitely an impact. But I haven't built up enough of a knowledge base as to how much it's going to affect us yet. So, still a learning experience for me using the realistic racing. So Gasly goes through.
Just focus on yourself now.
We have lost DRS, unfortunately. If we can stay ahead, we'll try and close back up again. And through goes Sergeant.
We can recover in a bit.
In fact, that's probably actually done us a little bit of a favour. Now we can try and get past Sergeant onto the back of Gasly. So one thing that's also going to distort the picture a little bit when it comes to the racing mod, the real racing mod, is just our car sucks. It's awful. It's the worst at everything apart from, you know, in cooling, where it's only just a bit sucky. But it will make it harder to figure out exactly how much of an impact the dirty air is having on us when it comes to performance. Tyres will be easier to tell to a degree. Again, we've got the worst, well, we've got terrible tyre wear, and our drivers aren't great at looking after their tyres either, so that kind of distorts the picture a little bit. We can see we are barely hanging on to Logan Sargent. Despite a full lap of battery and DRS, he's still pulling away from us. Is that because he's thrashing his car? Is he deploying as well? Hard to say. We go defensive as Magnus is about to rock on through. There he goes, and we are almost out of battery.
You're looking stronger, Jeremy.
You can see we did start to close in towards the end of the straight there, but he was initially pulling away from us, which shows that the DRS and the slipstream acceleration doesn't kick in straight away like it used to. So our target for Mick, I think, was 21st. I think we went 18th, or was it 20th? I think 20th for Teo. Let's take a look. Yeah, 21st and 20th. So playing it safe on this opening round, if we get a retirement, we're golden. Otherwise, we're going to have to do a little bit of work. And how far behind are we after just 6 laps? "26 seconds after 6 laps. Am I running poor facilities? Yes, we have a 2-star design center. Everything else is 1-star. We've had to build quite a lot of facilities because we didn't have them at all. We had no race sim. We had no team hub. We had a level 2 hospitality area and nothing else in page 3 of the facilities. So, and we only started with 5 million as well. And we're running Renault engines. And we've got a 1-star performance car. So, yeah, it's going to be a very difficult first season. A very difficult first season. But we are in this for the long haul. All right, let's keep an eye on the sector times and just see if we are closing in on Magnussen at any point. And the answer appears to be no, we are not. Gap is 1.6 seconds. We have got much better tyres though, so the others are still pushing their tyres. We will get to a point in a few laps, I think, where we will start lapping a little quicker than some of the cars in front. We're kind of matching pace with Gasly and Ocon at the moment. We're only a tenth or so behind them. Mick, another couple of tenths further back per lap. But we're definitely losing out to Sargent and Magnussen at the moment. Let's take a look at tyres. So the tyres haven't been overheating, really, because we haven't really been in the dirty air too long, and they haven't worn out too much. We can see that we have had little dips in the wear rate. As the laps have ticked on. This is where we turn the battery on, I think. And you can see that we instantly got a hit because that started putting more temperature into the tyres. And again here as well. If we were running in dirty air, then that would be having an increase in the wear rate as well, on top of maybe pushing the temps up a little bit more. So we're being patient. I mean, we don't have a car that is capable of sneaking a point. So it makes no sense for us to thrash the car just to try and cling on to the back of P20 at this stage. We'll stick to our strategy and we'll see how the race unfolds and hope that things come back to us a little bit later. We'll probably be a bit more aggressive when we get on the mediums at the end, but we'll leave the softs to run as they are, I think. Max has made a breakaway. He's about 4 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc, who's got in front of Perez into second and third. Perez's tyres taking a bit of a hit, as you can see. Then it's Sainz in P4. Norris there as well. So we've got a four-car sort of train of those four. A little gap then to the Mercedes of Russell in 6, Hamilton P7, then Piastri P8. He has Alonso for company right behind him. Stroll is a couple of seconds further back in P10. Then it's Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Albon. The two Saubers of Bottas and Zhou, Ocon, Gasly, Sargent, Magnussen, and then our two Nissans way at the back. Let's take a look at this little battle that's going on just here. What mods am I running? Very few at the moment. We're running the realistic racing mod, which is going to make racing more difficult. We're running the extended standings mod, which is why we've got this larger timing screen here on the left. And I'm running a custom creator team package so that we can run as Nissan with the works. You know, custom livery, custom logo, custom overalls for our mechanics. But I think that's it. I think it's just those three off the top of my head. I will double check, as I say, and once this goes up on the channel as a replay, I'll make sure that the mods are linked in the video description. And we got our first pit stop. Pierre Gasly is in. And it's a bad one. Big delay there. Problem releasing the car, I think, with jacks. Interestingly, did not get a notification pop up here. All right, Teo is starting to close back in on Magnussen. So this is what I was talking about. You can see that we've got a big tyre advantage now. It's starting to come back to us. When we get close enough, I'll turn the battery on. Let's start to push Mick.
Copy.
He's 5 seconds further back.
Copy, copy.
Yuki Tsunoda is into the pits. I think we just missed out on DRS. I'm not sure. Might have just tagged it. No, we got it. We got it. But we only closed up by a couple of tenths on that straight there. Now we're in a better position.
There's been a slow pit stop.
Problem for Zhou in the pits.
Copy.
Hopefully Magnussen will go one more lap. You can see we're not rocking up to him with the slipstream. You don't really close up to him until the end of the straight. Norris, Perez and Russell all boxing at the same time.
Copy, copy.
Looks like decent stops for everybody. This is Teo's chance. Magnussen's going for the pits. In that case, we'll go to top up. Mick's burnt out his battery, so we'll put him in top up.
Stood.
Good job, good job. Keep it up.
Mechanics are out for a Haas.
Just looking ahead.
Mick's been overtaken by Yuki on those fresh mediums. Yeah, that's going to keep happening to us. We've only saved 0.2 kilos of fuel so far. That's not much at all. Actually, no. I think we saved a little bit more than that. I think we saved about 0.4 kilos of fuel. But it's still not a lot. No, wait, it's 1.9 kilos, wasn't it? So we say 0.6. We're going to get lapped, so I think we're probably okay on this. We won't need to worry about fuel saving unless we get a safety car to bunch the fuel back up, in which case we will save some fuel. Yuki is going to absolutely blast past Teo here in a lap or two. Into the pits for Valtteri. Yuki sets a new fastest lap at 1:35.8. Only 3 seconds faster than us. You know, no big thing. Bad stop for Valtteri there. Let's see. If we turn on battle assist, let's see how easily he gets past.
Copy. Copy.
Getting a little bit of ghosting. Might tweak the settings again in a second. You can see he did not even get up alongside us there. That's the realistic racing mod kicking in there. So let me just tweak that back up a little bit more. Let's get to 90 again. .135.6, the new fastest lap set by Lando Norris on a new set of mediums. And Tsunoda finally gets alongside us. Will he lock the move down? Yes, he will. He is through. But it took him a little while to get through there in a car that is much better than ours. Oh, God, we've got that purple crap in the background. Okay, so we will have to lower that down again. Back to 85. How long can we hold up Alonso for? Probably less. He's on softs that are brand new, so he should theoretically get through even easier. He just about gets alongside as we approach the corner itself, so it's not a done deal like it would have been before. Mick is defending here from Nico Hulkenberg. Oh yeah, that's the extra mod that we're running. It's the maximal graphics mod. Again, all of my mods are from overtake.gg. Although going forward, I will be using an expanded version of this Nissan mod from an external source. Hulkenberg just breezes on through.
Eyes forward, come on.
Tyres really starting to struggle a little bit now. But no way through for Ricciardo. And I am wondering if we're going to see some 3 stops here from the AI. Would not be surprised. Max is in from the lead.
Understood.
Another set of soft tyres for him. Ricardo does get through, but that took him a while to get through. We've got Ocon behind us. Hopefully we can hold Ocon up. His tyres are not new.
No looking in the mirrors. Full focus ahead. Come on.
The downside is that Schumacher will have taken a loss of confidence. Yeah, he's down below where he started, but he is not too far away from default.
You ready?
Copy, copy.
Will be 3 or 4 laps till we beat.
Okay.
I think Ocon is going to get us. Yes, he does. I think he got the DRS as well. Yes, he did.
Eyes forward. Really important.
All right, Porsche is still, well, I was going to say he's still in front of Hulkenberg. As I said that, Hulkenberg slots on through. Ah, dear. Let's take a look at how the tyres are starting to fare. Still hanging on okay. And it's just that late braking there from Ricardo that got him through. I think once this car improves and starts to get a little closer to the competition and isn't the worst at everything, then we're going to see some very long, protracted battles. As it is, with the lack of performance and the big offset in tyres, it's just not really a contest at the moment.
Eyes forward.
So Leclerc leads from Max Verstappen, but that's down to an undercut. You can see Max's tyres are fresher. I imagine he's probably lapping quicker as well. A little bit. Sainz currently is fastest in the middle sector, but I think the first sector, sorry, but I think that was a slipstream. It's 41.6 against a 42.1 for Sainz. Max is pulling away, and he's closing in on Charles. There is Verstappen. And there's Sainz and Norris. New fastest lap for Max, a 1:33.4, half a second quicker than Charles on that lap, and nearly a full second quicker than Sainz.
Do your best.
Albon goes through. And again, he gets through in the braking zone, but he didn't get right past us, you know, like a massive torpedo slingshot like we've seen on the PS5. So as far as our season goes, we're, as I say, not likely to see much of a difference in the racing while we're as bad as we are. But once we get better, we're going to notice it. We're going to notice how hard it becomes to overtake. It's hard now anyway, just because of how bad our car is. Right, when are we due to stop? Let's have a look. End of the next lap for Teo. End of the next lap for Mick. Let's increase the tyres for Mick a little bit. We'll go an extra 2 laps with Teo, I think.
To get a good pace.
Let's see how adept he is at being able to keep Bottas behind with that extra little bit of tyre. Probably still going to get past pretty easily. And he does. Yeah, we're running almost to the canvas on these tyres now.
Just focus there.
So we're going to box next lap.
We are much faster than him. Come on.
And we're going to box this lap.
Box, box.
Copy.
And we were able to keep Magnussen at bay. Can we keep him at bay even further? You can see that Magnussen, who has already stopped once, is down to 66% on his tyres. This is why I think he's looking at a 3-stop. This may work in our favour, that we're only doing 2. It may work against us. I just don't know at this stage. Honestly, do not know. We are covering off Magnussen there, stopping him from getting through, and they are queuing up to take a shot.
Copy.
And we hold him back. And into the pits we come for our first pit stop. Let's see. Are we going to make a mistake here? Or is it going to be a semi-decent time? .9. It's not quick, but it was clean. You can see that little Nissan logo in gold on the wheel there. Which just creates some nice little patterns as the wheel spins at different speeds. All right, Porsche coming up to his pit window, or his pit stop.
Try to get him. Get him.
So we only need to save about 1 kilo of fuel, and then once we get lapped, we're good. And I say once we get lapped, you can see where Mick is in comparison to where Max is. It's not that far. Into the pits then for Teo. Can we get a better stop this time? Yes, we can. 2.7. So now we can unleash a little bit of pace with the battery.
Copy, copy.
There's a good thing.
Copy.
To see what they can produce. We're 16 seconds away from Gasly. Magnussen is going to be stopping again soon. Ocon's into the pits now. So it's actually a chance, maybe, for Teo to get a little closer. Still think he's going to come out in front of us. Joe's into the pits, and that is someone that we can potentially undercut. Same for Gasly. Gasly was only 16 seconds ahead of us, so we will get past him. And theoretically, with both cars.
Copy.
There's Ocon just going around turn 1, so he's through. And both of our drivers are ahead of Joe and Gasly. By how much? Ah, not much at all. There is Joe. Peekaboo, I see you. And there's Gasly coming through the chicane. So now we'll get the chance to see. We're going to top up and battle assist. Now we'll get the chance to see with Mick just how easy / hard it is for Joe to get through. Now that we're in a more defensive posture with the battle assist, which we weren't running at all in the first stint until we were getting ready to box.
Copy, copy.
So Joe has got DRS. In fact, let's watch this from Joe's point of view. Not able to get through. Despite having a better car and DRS. Doesn't mean he won't get through, but it means he's going to have to work a little harder for it to happen. I'm really curious if we can get our car a little bit more competitive by Monaco. I'm really curious as to how much chaos we can cause by holding up the field at Monaco. And still Joe can't get through. He's going to have to go super aggressive on the brakes. So this is the realistic racing mod in full effect here. You can see how much harder it is for Zhou to get through. Conversely, if the positions were reversed, it would be just as hard, if not harder, for us to get through. So it really is going to add a new element to our gameplay that's been kind of missing on the console by counteracting just how mighty the slipstream is. And there we go, Magnussen in for another pit stop. And he will come out behind this fight and behind Gasly as well. Gasly's catching. He's now just a second or so behind. There he is. And if we can keep Gasly behind us, sorry, Zhou behind us like this, it's going to make it hard for Gasly to move forward. If Magnussen catches, we could be holding up a 4-car train. See, Mickey is getting some little defensive boosts. We are slightly above default here. Well, here's a chance. No, again, Mick chops across, covers it off. So Zhou has now spent multiple laps stuck behind Mick. And this might be, if we can get our strategy on tyres just right, this could be our saving grace in quite a few races this year in terms of achieving our sponsor targets. There just is no way through at the moment. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's what I wanted to do. Didn't mean to speed time up there. We like to run up ×1 for the entirety of the Grand Prix. Valtteri and Logan Sargent are in. Decent stop for Valtteri. Bad stop for Logan. Valtteri's going to get out very close to Teo. Just in front. Sargent is going to drop to the back of the field. In fact, Sargent's about to get lapped by Max,
Okay, copy, good.
who will be stopping soon. Hopefully he stops before he gets onto the back of Mick. And still, Schumacher is doing the business. And you can see Magnussen has been closing in. There is Sargent. There's Verstappen. Piastri into the pits. Comes out in P12. He's gone on to a set of mediums. It's a long way to go. But those mediums will go the distance. Again, it was going to come down to how hard he pushes them. So we're running P17, P18 at the moment. This is way above our predicted targets of 20th and 21st. Well, these are the targets we chose. Our predicted targets are 21st and 22nd. AI does not think much of my chances. And Mick is doing a bang-up job here. Playing the pace car. Right, I will be back in 2 seconds. Just going to go grab a new drink from the fridge. Let's see. Where is Max? There he is. How close is he? He's doing 135s. We're doing 136.0 across the line there. So he is closing on this pack, but not amazingly fast. His tyres are very, very worn. But ours aren't super fresh anymore. Yeah, it's actually dropped back a little bit from Joe. Now that Magnussen is right there with him. Sargent is right there as well. We will try and keep an eye out for interesting battles going on, if we can. Try and get them from different perspectives as well, given that we don't have a lot to race for this this first half of the season at the very least. So rather than just spending the entire race just focusing on two cars at the back of the field, we will bounce around a little bit, especially in these opening races, trying to find a little bit of excitement. Watching Max at the moment just to see if he can get onto those guys, because he will play merry hell with their fight. Let's check in with Joe. In fact, Magnussen makes the move on Gasly. He gets through and he's got the DRS, so he'll be able to complete that move. Logan Sargent's having a look at the inside, thinks better of it. And Max is getting ever closer. Magnussen will probably drag these guys, well, depending on whether he can do it before Max catches up. He'll probably get closer to the back of Joe and us. I'm still hoping that we can outlast Verstappen, that we can stay ahead of him before and not get lapped before Verstappen boxes, because that would just be a huge hit on our overall race time. if we get stuck behind him, or we get, you know, have to pull over and let him through. Things are working out okay for us right now. I'd like to keep that going if I can. You can see Magnussen has closed the gap a little bit, and Max is coming. There he is, and he's not got Sainz too far behind either, just 2 seconds back. That's Teo way off in the distance there. And there goes Max. Max is into the pits, and so is Sainz. So, boxing from the lead. It's not a bad stop. Sainz goes through. Into the pits comes Lando. Leclerc has inherited the lead. He'll box at the end of the lap. Set of soft tyres for Norris. That is a long way to go on soft tyres. That's a very long way to go. What did Max put on? Max put on mediums. They'll go to the end. Sainz will be able to go to the end. I mean, Norris could take those to the end. I don't know if he will, but he could. I would imagine Leclerc's going on to a set of mediums when he comes back around. Still, Zhou has not been able to move forward. And we know that Zhou's car is better than ours, but not by a massive amount. And his tyres have taken a hit as well. In that dirty air. His tyres are now worse than ours.
Gap 06.
Magnussen's broken away from Pierre. Sargent theoretically now should be able to make the move here on Gasly. He's got a nice little tyre offset. The Williams is better than the Alpine at the moment, but not by a massive amount. He's going to have a look at the inside. Can he get it done under braking? Yes, he can. And now Logan Sargent moves up to 21st place. Alex Albon's almost certainly going to be in the pits at the end of this lap. Leclerc has boxed from the lead. He's gone to a set of medium tyres. Perez goes through, but Perez needs to stop again. He'll stop for a set of softs. Hamilton is in. And so is Fernando. It's a bad stop for Hamilton. It's a really bad stop for Hamilton. Medium tyres for Fernando. Albon's in.
Any good pace?
Decent stop for Albon. I'm going to try and just stretch Porsche a little bit now. Build up a gap to Mick. It's currently 5.5 seconds. Zhou's closer than he's been for a while. He gets alongside. And finally, Zhou gets through. That took him how long? Wow. We held him back for such a long time there.
Bravo, come on.
How are the tires?
That was a great shift from Schumacher there.
Degrade a bit.
Really did a good job for us. If we can get back past Zhou as well, that would be fantastic. I am going to try, actually. Let's see if we can get back through.
And
Now we'll get to see the impact of realistic racing from our perspective. Assuming Joe doesn't immediately dive into the pits.
You can do it.
We get ahead through the corner itself. We've got the DRS as well. And there we go. We are back in front. Lovely stuff.
Right then, we can take a look now. And it was Mick Schumacher involved.
But we were using full
gap
battery,
opens up
increased
for them.
tyre push, DRS and slipstream.
That sees them move
And
up this
we
week,
still weren't even side by side. We were behind as we crossed the DRS line at the end of the straight there. New fastest lap for Charles Leclerc. It's a 132.394, which is about a tenth quicker than Max. The gap between our drivers has gone up. Going to really start to push those tyres with Teo now.
I see you've got the pavement. Let's put pressure.
I want to try and
Cool down.
improve Porsche's chances of actually finishing higher than 20th by creating that little roadblock for the cars behind us, allowing Porsche to build a bit more of a gap. And Joe's into the pits. And so is Magnussen. Not a bad stop. Not a bad stop. Medium tyres. And medium tyres. And the race leaders are through. Those guys have been lapped. Perez is going to pull Joe over. There we go. Magnussen's already been affected as well. So we just go an extra lap or two with Mick and then box. Theoretically, we should come out just behind Perez, maybe. Just maybe.
Something's not gone right.
We'll
in
be
the
ahead
pits.
there of Joe again.
Right.
In fact, actually, let's box Mick this lap. See, we can hold position.
We both now.
Copy for box. Pit entry.
If we can get out in front of Joe, we need 20th with Mick. Sorry, 21st with Mick. If we can get out ahead of Joe, who's ahead of Magnussen, that will give us a little bit of a buffer. Gasly's coming in behind us as well. .8. It's clean. It wasn't fast. It was clean, though. It's a bad
Watch
stop
out, white
for
line.
Gasly.
Now there's been an issue in the pits.
And we have managed to get out in front of Joe and Magnussen and behind Perez. In fact, Perez is in the pits. So we didn't get affected by lap cars like they did, and that is what's enabled us, as well as hammering the tyres, to stay ahead. And now it's game on. Let's get these tyres up to temperature.
Copy.
Burn some battery and see if we can just create a little bit more of a cushion while they're fighting each other. We'll bring Porsche in at the end of the next lap. Joe is pushing. It's closing in on us.
Box, box.
Copy. Box, box.
Okay, big push now, big push.
Copy.
Right, tyres are fired up. And we are back on defensive duty again.
Tires are okay.
Copy.
Yellow flag. Ocon's off.
Yellows, yellows.
Copy, copy.
Oh yeah, just
Final
dropped it.
decline, in 10.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
It was actually 10-11 that he dropped it, but we'll forgive him that one. Oh, he's punctured. Ocon has punctured. He has to stop. And Porsche is going to be able to stay ahead of Ocon here.
Pit lane.
More big lockup somewhere. Was that Logan Sargent locking up?
And here we've got a yellow flag.
No, Ocon spun. That's the noise we heard. Oh man, what a disaster for Ocon.
And watching their hopes
Huge
crumble
lockup,
away.
then a puncture, then a spin, all in the space of what, 4 corners? Porsche is going to get out. Oh my, Ocon has missed the entrance to the pits. He's got to do another full lap. Well, there we go. We are now guaranteed to achieve our sponsor targets because Ocon is going to be so slow on this lap. There goes the McLaren. Let's fire up the tyres.
Still 20 laps to go.
Let's take a closer look. Now we're watching the action closely here.
Yeah, Ocon's got to do a full
decide
lap
to give it a
like
go.
that.
And that sees them move up into 18th.
We've got a decent chance of getting back to where we started here with Porsche. Sargent is only 9 seconds up the road. He's about to stop. He will come out just behind these guys. I think he'll come out just behind Magnussen. And imagine he's going to stop at the end of this lap. We might be on for P16, P18, 17, 18 with Mick, but P16 with Porsche, which is where he qualified. That would be an incredible result. And yeah, we played it a bit conservative with our opening predictions. You know, lowest possible choice. Ah, he's going another lap. He's going another lap. There's Ocon still limping around.
Copy that.
Let's give Teo some speed. We're a lap down now as well, so we're now maybe 0.2 kilos underfueled. It's not a lot. It'll certainly be fine by the time of the end of the race. This has been an absolute nightmare for Ocon. Oh, Schumacher has been overtaken by Magnussen.
We need to focus on going forward now.
Try and get that place back. Finally, Ocon gets back to the pits.
Copy.
Oh, Max has just gone, look. He's taken off. As long as we keep Zhou behind as well. So Ocon gets out of the pits and is about to be lapped a second time. He's only a pit straight away from being lapped by Porsche at this point. Sargent's in the pits. Soft tyres. He's in and out pretty quickly. Mick and Zhou have gone through. Gasly at the other end of the straight.
Come on, eyes forward, come on.
Zhou's got us as well. Just made it stick in the braking zone. All right, that's a bit of a shame.
Copy.
There's no one else going to be close to us, so we'll turn off the battle assist. Porsche is 10.5 seconds behind Valtteri, who has lost a little bit of time from being lapped. I don't think he's going to lose enough time for us to do anything about it. 16th, though, is fantastic. Let's save what's left of the battery.
Copy.
Calm down the tyres again.
Try to keep the tires cool.
Copy.
I want to be able to really push the tyres at the closing stages of the Grand Prix, especially with Mick, to be able to get back on the offensive against drivers like Zhou and Magnussen. If I can get him back up to 17th, that would be amazing. Might get one of them. I don't think I'll get them both. But we shouldn't fall any further back. Maybe Sargent will catch us. Depends whether we get pulled over for
1.6.
cars with blue flags or not.
Come on.
I think. Oh, got another yellow flag. It's Ocon again.
Take a look here.
Oh my word.
Esteban Ocon here. Nothing wrong so far. The wheels just lock up there.
Brand new
Just unable to
tyres
control the
and
car by that
immediately
reason.
shreds them. Down to 86%. His tyres are about as bad as Mick's. This has been an utter disaster for Esteban Ocon. He's a minute behind his teammate.
Gap 1.5 behind. Come on, keep it up.
do we have any fights going on? We've got Piastri and Perez. I think Perez is going to win that quite comfortably. He's got much better tyres and a faster compound and a better car. So I don't think Piastri is going to be able to stay with him. Anything else of note? Hulkenberg and Albon having a little scrap over 13th place. Nobody else should be stopping now. Everyone should be going to the end.
Okay, eyes forward now. Eyes forward.
And Hulkenberg just can't quite get his car. Not Hulkenberg. Yes, Hulkenberg. He just can't quite get his car alongside Albon on the braking to turn 11 there. Let's start rebuilding mixed battery. He's going to get lapped soon by Perez, then Piastri, Russell. Hamilton's not too far behind. So we are going to start to fall into the clutches of Logan Sargent, who is tucked up right behind George Russell at the moment. And Hulkenberg does get through. And he's got the DRS as well. So got a chance to try and pull away now. Let's keep an eye on Logan Sargent. There he is, tucked up behind George Russell. He's doing 134.4s, Mick's doing 135s. George is just pulling Logan towards us. .135.6, but we are doing a little bit of harvesting. Albon is still just about hanging on to Nico Hulkenberg. Gets that rear wing open. Magnussen's gone, but we've actually closed the gap back up again a little bit to Zhou. Although here comes Perez. Now if we can follow Perez through, that might be a very easy overtake on Zhou. So I'm getting the harvesting done now, so we don't have to try and do it later when these
Come on.
leaders are coming through. Wonder if Zhou's doing the same, because he's suddenly starting to drop away from Magnussen. A 136.7 is not a great lap. Maybe he's doing some fuel saving as well. Or maybe it's because his tyres have hit that 60% threshold where performance starts to really drop. Whatever the case, we are suddenly rocking right up to the back. Almost got the DRS that time.
Copy.
We pull over for Perez. Now we're going to try and capitalize on that.
Hang down now. Try to get a good pace.
Got a little bit of time before Piastri gets to us. Joe's about to get blue flagged. I don't think we're close enough to get the move done comfortably.
Good, it's okay.
No, we're not. But we can stay close to him
Copy.
and then have another crack in the DRS zone between turns 10 and 11.
Copy. Copy.
Albon's in the pits. That's a surprise. Piastri's going to have to box again. So we are seeing some 3 stops. Can we get the move done under braking? Yes, we can. Beautiful stuff. Schumacher is back through.
Really, really good job.
Here's the replay. And it was Mick Schumacher involved. And they squeezed by. That sees them move up into 18th.
All right, good stuff. Didn't quite manage to break the DRS.
Cool down. Cool down.
Copy.
Yeah, Teo's just in no man's land at the moment, but 16th is a really good place for us to be in our opening Grand Prix. Don't know what the board's going to think of that, but we'll find out at the end. Russell's in. Fresh soft tyres for Russell. Piastri is not going to be a lapping factor. And the fact that his pace has fallen away a little bit on those very, very, very warm medium tyres has held up Logan Sargent a little bit and taken the best of those tyres out. Magnussen is about to get blue flagged. There we go. Perez is through. There is Schumacher in the background. Joe's in the pits. Piastri's staying. Oh, Oscar, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't try and go to the end. That makes things interesting. There's a chance we might get in front of Valtteri if Valtteri decides he needs to stop for another set of tyres. Magnussen may stop again at this rate. He's only 2.5 seconds ahead of Schumacher now. We've really pulled that gap back down again thanks to the blue flag from Perez and the push that we did with Schumacher as well. The gap is still coming down. Look, down to 2.3. There is Piastri in the background. Is he going to stop, or is he going to try and go to the end? Sargent's just 6 seconds behind us now. Max leads from Carlos Sainz by about 4 seconds. Norris is a further 6 seconds back. Leclerc 1.5 seconds back, and it's just those 4 that are fighting over the podium positions. Perez is too far back, 24 seconds back from Charles Leclerc.
Get on the rhythm, come on.
We're taking more time out of Magnussen. We took 0.8 of him out of him on that lap. And the gap is below 2 seconds now. So even if he doesn't stop, we'll definitely be in range very soon. Piastri has stayed out for another lap. That's keeping Logan tucked up behind him still. We've pulled out another second. Albon has had a collision.
There's a big crash.
What an idiot.
I hope you were talking about yourself there, Alex, because that was not Valtteri's fault. And they're going to hit each other again.
Now Alex Albon is part of this.
He was a long way back.
And not just one car.
Yeah, that's got to be a penalty for Albon.
Bitter blow too for more than one.
So, I think Teo is going to finish ahead of Albon now. Valtteri's tyres have taken a big hit as well. It's time to push the tyres for Teo.
It's a long race, come on.
There is the 5-second penalty. And things just got very interesting for Teo. They're both carrying on, neither are stopping. And Porsche
Push, push.
has his opportunity to shine here. Albon gets through.
Temperatures are looking okay.
Copy that.
But he has that 5-second penalty if we can stay within 5 seconds of him. And he has that wing damage. It's not massive wing damage. Piastri finally hits the pits, so that will free up Logan Sargent. The gap is 7.7, and it will start to come down again, I think.
Same fuel.
Okay, copy.
Valtteri is already a second behind Albon. There they are, going through turn 11. Schumacher's now within 1.3 seconds of Magnussen. He's got some battery. A little bit more would be nice, but there's a chance here for
Nothing we can
positions
do, so
for both
get
of
it
our
on.
drivers. .136.2 for Valtteri, 134.0, fractionally quicker than Albon. Albon might be a little hard to beat, but as I say, we can just get within 5 seconds of him. We have some battery to play about with, but I don't want to use it just yet. I want to use that when we get up to the back of Valtteri. Sargent's been pulled over by Yuki Tsunoda and Lewis Hamilton. So that gap's got up to 11 seconds now. Yeah, Valtteri has not got any pace left with those tyres in the shape that they're in. 2.8 seconds behind Alex Albon now. We're just 2.4 seconds and closing. 2.2, 2.3. We're going to be on Valtteri very, very quickly. And we are just about 5 seconds behind Albon. A good, clean, quick
Yeah, no worries, man.
slingshot overtake around Valtteri is going to be critical for us here. Schumacher's finally got into DRS range on Magnussen. See if we can get him through. Get close.
Gap 0.5.
Get the DRS again and see if we can get him
Eyes
into turn
forward,
4.
Clean driving, come on.
Come on, Mick. Make me proud. Just not
Gap
close enough.
0.6.
All right, stay close. Get him into turn 11. New fastest lap for Oscar Piastri. 131.2. Can't see that being beaten. Porsche is now almost in DRS range of Valtteri. Time to deploy his battery.
Copy that.
Another chance here for Schumacher. If we can get that launch.
How are the tires?
No, we can't. And we're out of battery now. Calm down the tyres. Let's go into harvest mode.
Copy.
This might come down to the last lap or two.
Yeah, copy.
Here's Teo.
Copy.
Six laps to go.
Copy.
7 laps because we've been lapped.
6 yes.
Copy.
We get the move done. I think we got the DRS as well. We're only 3.5 seconds behind Albon. Yes, we did get the DRS.
9-4 permit.
So we are currently in a net P14.
Let's see what happened there. Now we're approaching turn 2.
That is amazing.
Opportunities there.
We really have picked up the pieces
That
well
sees them
here.
move to 50.
Ease the tyre wear down a bit. You can see how it's suddenly falling away quite dramatically for both drivers. Schumacher's still in DRS range. Sargent's no longer a factor. He's still 11 seconds back.
1.0. Try to keep going.
Perez. Has he gone through? Yeah, Perez is already ahead of us, so I don't think Hamilton's going to be a factor. He might be. There he is. Let's go into top-up mode
Copy.
for Porsche. We've done enough to break free of Valtteri. And we are less than 3 seconds behind Alex Albon, so we've done enough at the moment to get
At
him
the moment, 4 laps to go after this.
after that penalty is applied.
Copy.
Just need a little bit more pace out of Mick.
Gap 1.5 behind.
There's not enough laps left.
Eyes forward, come on.
There's only 4 laps left. If we get lapped by Hamilton, I don't think, unless we are right on the tail of Magnussen, I don't think we'll be able to get back onto that Haas. We'll lose too much time, and I don't think the Haas will be lapped quite so beneficially for us. So this is the balancing act. We need the battery, but we also need the pace.
Copy.
We're going to have probably one shot at this. It'll be 3 laps to go when we cross the line. Hamilton's getting closer.
Eyes forward, eyes forward.
What pace is Hamilton doing? 134.1s. Magnussen's doing 135.9s. Maybe if he gets us, he'll get Hamilton. He'll get Magnussen as well.
Copy, copy.
I'm going to gamble that he is going to do that.
Copy.
I just hope that I don't immediately fall into the clutches of Tsunoda and Russell. That's the risk here. Is that we just end up losing way too much time getting lapped by all 3, because Russell and Sonoda aren't going to lap Magnussen, I don't think. Kind of got to go all out on these tyres now.
Keep reeling him in.
Number 47 has 47% life left in those
Sakhir's
tyres.
coming to us.
Is that an omen? A portent? Or just a weird, freaky coincidence? My guess is the latter. Gap is coming down, but Hamilton's getting closer as well. And now Russell is closing in as well. We can no longer afford to get lapped, because that will just get us into a sequence where all of them will hit us. So we have to push and hope.
Okay.
Hope we've got enough tyre grip advantage. Hope we've got enough battery left. We can get ahead. I hope we can stay ahead. But we've got to actually get ahead. That's the thing. Piastri's rocking up to the back of Sonoda. He should get him. I need to get the DRS here at the end of this straight.
Eyes forward, come on.
I didn't quite get it. The Mercedes are coming.
Understood.
Just gotta make sure they don't get in blue flag range before I get the opportunity.
Copy.
Come on. Oh, Perez is catching the back of Porsche. I need to push Porsche.
Floor back, come on, let's push.
Copy.
Otherwise, I might lose the back of Albon. We've got the DRS. Are we far enough ahead to avoid the blue flag? Please be far enough ahead to avoid the blue flag.
Gap 09, 09.
Oh, this is tight.
Okay,
This is
no worries. Race is
way
on.
tighter than I would like.
Okay, sooner.
Copy.
Ah, we get blue flagged. We get blue flagged. Piastri's already through. We'll get DRS, I hope, off the back of Russell, but we might get blue flagged by Oscar now. Oh, we didn't get the DRS. We weren't close enough to the back of George. Oh, that's a disaster.
Copy. Copy.
Piastri gets through. At least it happened at a slow corner. We're now 3 seconds behind Magnussen. Look at that gap. And we're about to get blue flagged by Sonoda as well. It's over for Mick, I think. It's still on for Porsche. He's only 2.9 seconds behind Albon. As long as I can stay ahead of Perez, we'll be good.
Max Verstappen over the finish line and today's winner. And there it is, the Dutchman, Max Verstappen, has taken first.
Max wins the opening Grand Prix of the season.
I don't think there was a single second of that race where they didn't believe they'd win it.
No huge surprise there. 2024 Red Bull at the start of the save is mighty. Porsche is going to finish within 5 seconds of Albon. That's going to be 15th place on our debut. That is a really strong result. It's going to be 18th place for Schumacher. I'm about to get lapped by Sonoda coming through. There he goes. Magnussen, in the end, managed to stay ahead of the Mercedes, which was my big fear. He has to pull over here. but, you know, he's comfortably through. Across the line, Magnussen crosses in 17th. It will be 18th. Oh, no! Mick ran out of fuel right before the line. How? No!
No looking in the mirror, only ahead. Come on.
We might be okay on the sponsors because Ocon's already crossed the line. So we might be okay. We might finish, or we might be classified in 21st. Oh dear, what a disaster at the very end there.
Now, I honestly wonder if Mick Schumacher's day could have got much worse.
Having to retire early will no doubt be a bitter disappointment. But today is done, and it's all about looking forward.
And no doubt, Verstappen fans will be celebrating the Dutchman's achievement.
Their first win of the season, and the team looking on will be very proud, I'm sure.
And with that, the drivers finally get the chance to cool off and enjoy themselves. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there, though.
And that is about that for this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
In the next round, we head to the shores of the Red Sea as Formula One returns to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Confirmation then of the final result. Max wins the opening Grand Prix of the year ahead of Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris, who complete the podium. 6 seconds clear of Sainz in the end. Norris for the 4.5 seconds back. Then it's Charles Leclerc in 4th place. 5th place for Sergio Perez. Then 6th and 7th for the two Mercedes. Oscar in P8. Excuse me. Oscar in P8 gets the fastest lap for that bonus point. Yuki Tsunoda finishes in 9th. Fernando Alonso gets the final point in 10th place there. Then in 11th is his teammate Lance Stroll. 12th for Daniel Ricciardo. First car to be lapped is Nico Hülkenberg in 13th place. He finishes ahead of Théo Pourchaire, who qualified 16th, which was a huge surprise, and then even managed to improve on that in the Grand Prix. Up 2 places to finish in P14, ahead of Alex Albon, thanks to Albon's crash with Valtteri. Probably wouldn't have got either of them, I think, without the penalty, without that collision. They were a long way ahead. That took them both off the track. Albon had wing damage. It ruined Valtteri's tyres. We were able to get them both. So a nice little bonus on top there. Magnussen in P17, 18th for Logan Sargent, 19th for Zhou, 20th for Gasly. Mick classified as 21st as a DNF. Don't know if that will work with the sponsors or not. And Esteban Ocon having an absolutely disastrous race in 22nd. In the driver's standings then, it's same order as the race results. In the constructors' standings, Red Bull top with 35 points is just 5 points ahead of Ferrari. McLaren in third have 20 points. Mercedes with 14, 2 points for RB. Aston with sixth with 1 point, sorry. Then it's Haas. Nissan, that's us, in a lofty 8th place. So we are already ahead of our sponsor our board objective to finish in 9th or above. Then it's Williams, Sauber, Alpine. Heady days for us, but they're not going to last for too long. We are going to fall further back as the season progresses, I think. Let's see how we did in the pit stops. We weren't quick enough. Slowest time to make the top 10 was Alpine's 2.659. Our best stop was 2.746. So not a million miles away, but yeah, no points for us today. Instead, it's top honours for McLaren. They get the first 2 stops. Mercedes get a car in there with Russell. Red Bull just the one with Perez. Alpine getting 5th and 10th for that nice little extra point there for Gasly. Sauber gets some points, as do Williams, Aston, and Haas. So it's no points for Ferrari, no points for Nissan, no points for RB. McLaren top with 43, then Mercedes 3 points ahead of Red Bull, a point further ahead of Alpine. Sauber have 8, Williams has 6, Aston 4, and Haas 2. It has counted according to the finish, but it hasn't given us the payout because it was a DNF. So, frustrating. But we know that we have the potential to finish higher than 20th now. We have the potential to hit 18th with Porsche. Probably the potential for 20th with Mick. I don't think he's going to be able to get any higher than that. But 339,000 added is not a big amount, is it? It's a bit of a pittance, but it's something. So the helipad is upgraded. Our team hub is upgraded. Can we afford a refurb on that? Or an upgrade, sorry. 1.5 mil. We have 4.9. Let's go ahead then and drop an upgrade on that. Let's take a look at the inbox. Cars came through unscathed. You see the predicted finish was 22nd. Actual finish was a DNF, which is a bit of a shame. But the predicted finish 21st, we finished in 14th. Let's see what the board thought of that. They were delighted with Sakhir. I was delighted with Sakhir. There was a way better performance from Porsche than I was expecting. Objectives, we are currently satisfied, happy with finances. So, pretty good start. Evening, Sam. You have joined us very late. We're almost done. What else can we do with facilities? The race sim upgrades another 10 days away. That's 25 days away. Memorabilia room, let's drop an upgrade on that. Confirm. Helipad, drop another upgrade on that. Down to 2.5 mil. We'll hang on to that, I think. We have got parts in the works. We are just under 3 weeks away from the underfloor, and then 4 weeks away from the chassis side pod and suspension. Got a new ATR coming up very soon as well. Let's get our pit crew training plotted in for the start of the new month. So let's clear that out. Go on to cumulative. So our fatigue level is only 21% after the Grand Prix. Got a slight boost going into the day, into the month there, which was quite nice. But I've only got really the ability to do a half day of training. We'll go with car building because it needs a little bit of work. And now we're going to go into our normal kind of training routine because we do need to start leveling out our stats at the moment. They're a bit all over the place. Car release is much, much better than everything else. So we're going to start dialing in some other areas to try and improve them. So we'll start working on the jacks. And these tyres off. New tyres on. And the wheel gun. And then we'll do a full day of speed training. Give them the Sunday off. Okay, so I can get some training in here. We'll do another day of car building. Uh, 14, 5, so I can do half a day. go balanced. That takes us down to 1% going into Melbourne. That's fine. And then when we come out of Melbourne, we'll go back into some split training. So we can try and level out those stats again. And I think I can get an extra day in here as well. Making sure that we end the month around 20-ish%. So that should theoretically then reduce our fatigue back down to 0 for the start of the next month. So we want to work on the jacks. And we want to work on these tyres off. And new tyres on. And we'll leave everything else unbalanced. That has cleared those to the same level. Still 3 points behind car release, but that's okay. So at the end of the month, we're going to gain about 0.4% off our chances of making a mistake, down to 12.6%. We'll take another 100th off our estimated pit stop time. We'll gain about 1.5% on car building. And yeah, not a bad little training month there, considering that's with 3 race weekends in it. Let's check in with the mentality. So, 8 members of staff are currently positive. Both the drivers are positive, although Mick has an issue with the fact that he retired. That's my bad. I thought he would be all right on fuel. Not quite. Dirk de Beer is a little grumbly. He's happy with his salary. How much is he getting paid? Probably too much if he's happy with his salary. He's unhappy with the team performance because of the retirement. Unhappy, very unhappy with the drivers, but very happy with the facilities. So they're kind of cancelling each other out at the moment. Yeah, I think that there is probably the biggest issue. We might have been able to just bump him up into positive if it hadn't been for that. Bit of a shame. Right, what else can we get done? Is there anything else to get done? I think that's probably all we can do tonight. So, yeah, what an interesting first race. Pace was a little bit what I expected, but with the way that the AI was pushing their tyres and the way that we weren't, did mean that the sessions or the stints came back to us as they progressed in terms of pace. And then, as I say, Porsche, that brilliant defensive job in the middle stint from Schumacher, holding up Zhou and co for multiple laps. Must have held them up for about 10 laps. Allowed Porsche to just eke away a little bit of a gap and get him clear of that potential fight and out into 16th place. Ocon having a disaster bumped us up an extra place, which was quite nice. And then that collision between Alex Albon and Valtteri Bottas gave us those extra 2 places and got us into 14th. We wouldn't have had that, I don't think, had it not been for that crash. I mean, they both lost a huge amount of time going off at turn 11 and coming back on again. The wing damage to Albon slowed him down a bit, plus that 5-second penalty for causing that collision meant that all we had to do was get in range, not actually overtake him. And it destroyed Valtteri's tyres as well, which cost him a lot of pace and made him fairly easy to overtake. So, a nice little and unexpected added bonus for us there. I don't think we'll be quite so lucky in Saudi, but it's a race where safety cars is definitely possible. That could shake the order up quite a bit. I don't know how I'm going to approach that yet. Whether we're going to go for a 2-stop, whether we're going to go for a 1-stop and try and just block cars as much as we can. Maybe we'll split the strategy. Maybe we'll go 2-stop with Teo, 1-stop with Mick. I don't know yet. It's something to think about, but that will be tomorrow night's race. We'll be back at the usual time of 8 p.m. To start round 2. Before that, though, at 6 p.m. tomorrow, the next episode of The Precinct will go live. And then at 7 p.m., the first episode of our American Truck Sim adventure will go live as well. So a couple of videos being released tomorrow on top of our next live stream. So hopefully you'll check those out. If not, then hopefully I'll see you here on the live stream tomorrow. If you have enjoyed tonight's live stream, then please go ahead and drop a like. It helps make the series a little bit more discoverable by other people. And if you're not yet subscribed, then why not consider subscribing to the channel as well, and be sure to hit that bell for notifications on new videos and when live streams start as well. So that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with some more F1 Manager on the PC very soon.